I just thought I would give you guys a little treat. Jaja is always very curious about anything that's going on. So if I have a little experience she can check out. All right. Say bye, Jojo. Say bye to the people, Jojo. Goodbye, everybody. Oh. All right, Jojo's going to get her shower now. And we do have a hot water heater booster. So the water is running very slow. This rain might look a lot more than it is. It's not much. So this water can actually run all day long and stay at 92 degrees Fahrenheit. came down here and I'm going to move the phone because her face is hiding and she can't see me. I think it was Jessie who just asked the question if the babies just fall to the ground. I've watched many birthing videos, as many as I could find online. And because of the way they're kept, I do see most of them fall to the ground from the perch. So they usually just have one or two perches for the babies, have nothing to grab onto. In any videos that I saw of babies come out where the mother was on vines or had plants or anything that they could grab onto, the babies would actually grab onto things as they're coming out and hold themselves. So you guys can Google emerald tree boa birth and find a lot of videos that people have posted over the years. One thing that's always common in the videos is that the mother has the very end of her tail, like where you see Isis's very thin part of her tail there, wrapped hard. And then she uses that as pressure to push against, and she pushes. So I don't think we would see babies just fall out in this position. We would first see that end of her tail wrap up real good, from what I've seen. There may be scenarios where the mother drops her tail like she's going to poop and the babies come out. But who knows? Especially with Isis, she so far has done all kinds of crazy things that other emeralds don't normally do during pregnancy. For example, she had a full shed of her skin 5 or 6 days ago. It's not common for these animals to shed during pregnancy, although there are enough reports of it to make it not abnormal. She shed her skin, all the dates are on the write-up, so I don't know exactly how many days off the top of my head, because we all know that it's been a complete time warp with this animal, with this sweet girl. But I'm just going to say 5 days ago she shed her skin, and then 4 days ago she released her birthing plug, and then 3 days ago her water broke. Yesterday, she released some membrane mucus, very, very little bit while she was in the shower. Last night, she released something. It was almost like when her water broke. When I went to clean up her enclosure after her water broke, it was like a thin, frosty liquid, and it had hardened just very thin. Like, I keep explaining it as a watered down cinnamon roll frosting, which is actually very perfect because they are known for sleeping in a cinnamon roll shape. So the liquid that she released last night looked like it was the same. I could actually go in there and check right now. I didn't even think about that, but it looked like it was going to be that same frosty thin liquid. And then we put her in the rain chamber this morning, and she released, didn't she release a little bit of liquid when she first got in there? And then later, just not that long ago, she released some more of the slimy, membraney stuff. So we've had a lot of movement. The day she shed her skin, she was already, past the regular amount of time these animals stay pregnant. And she had been laying still for days, and nobody expected her to be in shed. I did notice she looked a little frosty, but I'd had her light so dim that I thought it was just the lighting. So it never occurred to me that she might be blue, which is what we call them. We call reptiles before they shed their skin, because they get all milky and their eyes get milked over, and we call it a blue stage. So I didn't imagine that she was blue, and never imagined that she would shed her skin. As a matter of fact, when she shed her skin, I cried pretty hard for about 10 minutes with devastation, because that wasn't supposed to happen. But I reached out to people, and I asked other people to reach out to other people, and I got first, second, and third hand reports back of emeralds shedding their skin and still having a successful birth. So I felt a lot better, and at that point, the day she shed her skin, I had been leaving her alone, just giving her rain. The day she shed her skin, I actually rained her and then made her move. The shed was clearly meant to come off a day or two prior, because the whole shed was off of her but sagging. And a snake shed usually stays tight until they work it off their body. And hers was hanging like baggy clothes, all in one piece still, but just hanging, except the part that I pulled off, because it got full of water and I didn't know what I was looking at. So she shed her skin, and then I decided at that point to start doing massages on her. And I've had Isis for 4 years. She's 7 years old, and I've always massaged her, and she's used to it, and she's very lovely and receptive to it. So, since I started the massages, we've had a lot of movement. Everything that's happened has happened after that point. Whether my massaging has helped in any of the progress, I don't know. But it definitely has not hurt. It has not hurt. And for those of you who've watched the massages, you know, and the rest of you who don't know, she is very receptive to them. She actually offers her body to me to keep rubbing it. And bears down on my fingers when I don't press hard enough. Not that I press super hard, but she does like a little bit of pressure. And they all do. All of my emeralds like to be rubbed that way. So that's something I've always done to her. Except I have not done that to her since she went into ovulation in February, all the way until 5 days ago. I did not rub her, touch her, hold her. She went into the rain chamber 3 times in that entire time period. And she typically goes in the rain chamber every 3 to 5 weeks. So I actually cut off all of her normal interactions and things that she's used to during her pregnancy, which Tara and Saran and all of us agreed that, you know, that could have possibly caused her stress. She's used to all that. But when she laid there for like 3 days without moving, right before she shed her skin, I thought, you know, she's resting up, getting ready for her birth, and then she just never moved. So when I went in to encourage her to move around and sprayed her real good with water, we got that shed off of her. So right now, the schedule is, if there's anybody here who doesn't know, Isis is overdue. She's 14 days or 13 days past what a normal emerald tree boa goes in their pregnancy. There are reports of emerald tree boas going this long and longer and having healthy births. So that still is a possibility. That is going to happen. But the person who we adopted Isis from highly recommends that it's time to intervene and take her to the vet. So as much as I want to keep her at home and do things naturally and still be hopeful, I feel like it's more important to be proactive at this point and take the advice of the person. I do have multiple people that I trust in this situation, and nobody's denying that it's time for her to go to the vet. So we live in Hot Springs, Arkansas, and we are scheduled to leave this afternoon, but working on trying to leave tomorrow instead. It'll depend on Larry's work schedule, which he's trying to figure out right now. He has patients he has to see, so he can't just, he may have some situations he has to do on Tuesday. So we're working on possibly leaving Monday instead. The schedule for now is that we leave today, we drive 8 hours to Des Moines, Iowa, where the most trusted surgeons for this animal in this situation are. And those fellas have agreed to meet with Isis after hours on Tuesday. So I'm just going to say, at this point, she's scheduled for a full vet analysis, and they're ready to do surgery that very night if that's what it comes to. So we would leave today. Larry would drive Isis and I to Des Moines, and I don't know if Des Moines is like Illinois where you don't pronounce the S, so I'll just say it both ways, and I can be right part of the time. Larry will drive Isis and I to Des Moines, Iowa. Larry will stay the night with us Sunday night, that's tonight, and then he will drive back on Monday and leave Isis and I there. We will see what Isis's situation is Tuesday night. If she requires surgery, or if she does not require surgery, or if she requires surgery without extended recuperation time, then Larry will come back and get us next Saturday. So we'll be in Des Moines for at least 1 week. If Isis needs a major surgery and she is going to need recuperation time, she will be staying in Iowa for an extended time, in which case I will fly home, and then Larry and I will go back and get her when it's time. I do not say that easily because the thought of leaving her is devastating. But if she needs that time to recuperate, then that's how it's going to be, and everything's going to work out great. The most encouraging part of all of this is that Isis is extremely healthy and strong. She's drinking lots of water. She has, I don't know if it's good that she has fluids moving through her, but I feel like anything moving is better than stuff just staying in there. The fearful thing is that her ovary tubes are fused, which is a situation that occurs in these animals, which is why there are veterinarians known to deal with the surgery needed for that situation. So the worst case scenario at this point is that she has fused ovaries and the babies cannot come out. And of course the worst case is that the babies are not moving anymore. So we haven't seen any signs that the babies are not moving. We did an ultrasound. I forgot to mention that. We did an ultrasound maybe 4 nights ago. There's a video on YouTube. It was our live ultrasound, and it says it on the video. I think it's like a 3-hour or something video, but you can just scroll through it if you want to see that. And we definitely 100% saw the babies and thought we saw baby movement. We got really excited but it's really hard to hold that ultrasound still, and it was not the correct tool for a snake. We should have had a linear probe, but we had a wide probe because that was all we could get in 2 days on Amazon Prime. But no matter what, we saw babies in there. That's undeniable. It's just hard to tell if we really saw movement because the very slightest breathing from her, I was rubbing her and holding her, and Larry was holding the ultrasound. There were a lot of variables that could have fooled what we were seeing, but no doubt whatsoever we saw baby spines. So you guys go watch the ultrasound video. It's on the, if you go to the Happy Basin's YouTube page, you can click where it says live and then find the one that says Isis gets an ultrasound. So the ultrasound showed us that, and we were very excited and hopeful. But like I said, the time is coming that she's farther past her due date than what is safe. So the very, very worst case scenario, they do the surgery and the babies are not moving in there. And they remove the babies, and Isis is very strong and healthy and will have no problems recovering from such a surgery with the expertise of the surgeons who are going to be working with her. So the best case scenario is that she has these babies like right now in this rain chamber. The second best scenario is that when I put her back in her enclosure and she gets to move around tonight and she has the babies tonight or tomorrow morning. If we do not have babies by, or well, we're going to see if we're going to be leaving today or tomorrow morning. Hopefully Larry can take Tuesday off and Isis will get that whole extra night here at home. But she could also have the babies in the car driving, which might even stimulate babies to come. I keep saying, because it's my experience, that I had 2 sulcata tortoises that I took in. They wouldn't eat, they wouldn't poop, nothing. I finally got them to eat canned pumpkin mixed with the tiniest little bit of olive oil, just a tiny bit, and they started eating it but still couldn't poop, so I took them for a car ride, and boom, I took them for a car ride 3 days in a row. They pooped all 3 days, and I've never had problems with it since. So if we don't get babies before we leave this house, I am excited that they might come along as a car ride. You guys have been so invested and such a wonderful support. Everything that's happened here is so far beyond what I ever imagined the community building around my sweet, beautiful Isis is. I don't know if I should say dilemma, saga, what is it? I don't know, but her experience, and that I get to experience this with you guys instead of all alone. And you can believe that as long as I have a signal on my phone, I will have this camera on Isis. I'll just plug it in our car and put it right on her. I'll just fix up some way to put it there. Probably use this tripod it's on because it has a little ball. The enclosures are just a little too tall, 3 inches too tall to stand up properly in our Jeep. So Larry's going to lay them on their side. And then the opening, the clear part will be facing upward. So you guys will have a downward angle onto her. And you know, sometimes when you're driving you lose a signal. But just know that as soon as I get a signal back, I'll be back. Also, I am going to ask everybody involved up there. I'm going to ask Tom Wiedner, who is going to host Isis for her recovery time, and who has set us up with these surgeons and got this ball rolling for us. Reached out to the surgeons on a weekend when they were completely unreachable and unavailable, and got everybody committed. It got us the facility, everything. And anyway, it's very exciting. very heartwarming to have such great help with ISIS, to have her so loved. So I'm going to ask Tom, I'm going to ask the veterinarians, every single thing that they permit me to live stream, I will live stream. If they permit me to live stream the surgery, which I doubt, doesn't seem like that would be allowed. You know, like, I can just imagine if Larry was doing a surgery and he was on being filmed, you know, it might hinder, or, you know, it would, being on camera does not feel comfortable for everybody. Some people completely, you know, don't function the way they normally function when a camera's on them. So if the veterinarians choose not to have the camera on them, I totally understand. And if they don't want to do the live, I will ask them if I can video it. And if I'm able to video it, then I'll do that and share it with you in whatever way I can. I personally am not a person who can see those kinds of things, but I know some of you are, and at least you can have a choice if that's what you want to watch. I know Larry will be very interested. Larry, you know, that's what he does. So, there you go. I will have you guys on here as much as I possibly can. You have been so invested, and it means so much to me. I'm going to very slowly move the camera because I have a much better view with my eyes than you guys do. And I only know that right this second because I have been looking at the phone the entire time so I can see what you guys see when I have her right here. I'm just standing frozen here. Okay, I'm not going to move for a minute. I know you guys can't see. Gosh. I want to move the camera so bad. I want to move my body so bad. If I just took one step to the left, I could see right at her cloaca. But I dare not move right now. And my glasses are on top of my head, so I actually can't even see the phone to see what you guys can see. But I can see that the tip of her tail is wrapped around a 1/4-inch vine, and the rest of her body is doing pushing-like motions. All right, her tail let go. I am going to attempt some movement. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to get down on the ground so I don't have any lateral movement. I'm going to slowly disappear to the ground, and then I'm going to work this tripod from down there and very slowly lower it, and then very slowly move it over. So here I go. left that pump on. Okay, you guys, I didn't do my plan because the pump was not on and I'm having some water issues. You can just put them on the washer and school. Or rinse them. If you just help me remember to turn the pump on. Thank you. It is. On. Okay, I'm just now reading some comments. How do I keep the water so warm? Is that we have a hot water heater booster. And the water is running very little. So it just lasts for a really long time. Tuesday is official, you guys. Isis gets to stay at home for a whole extra night. Woohoo! Oh my gosh, I feel so relieved. Wow. Alright, so we are actually not leaving until tomorrow, and she will spend her night at home. Wow, Tara, that's right. That basic definition of depression. A lot of people, especially people who keep these animals, don't even believe they have the emotional ability to be depressed. But after we took Azzy away from Isis the first time, he skipped a meal, which he hadn't ever done, and just laid in one spot, and we thought he was going blue, and he wasn't. He wasn't even shedding. He was literally depressed. So we let him go back in with Isis, and he was this happy self again. We did end up separating them, and as he went through it again. And I hear a lot of people say that these animals are really hard to get out of the enclosure, like you have to peel them off the vines. Well, you guys saw Isis come out today. I mean, yes, I had to do very little to coax her out. And then she barely held on at all. I mean, I just lifted her right out of there. And I believe that my animals come out of their enclosure so easily because, and sometimes, oftentimes, all I have to do is open the door and they just come out. Because they get to come out and do fun stuff. They get to go slither on their vines, they get to socialize with each other, they get to go in the rain chamber. So they actually, and they love to get pet. Those long massages like you saw me do to Isis, I do that to all of them. So they have all kinds of little pleasures that they come out for. If her tubes are fused, can they be fixed? I was told that if her tubes are fused and this surgery is done properly, which it will be because it's done by these guys, even though they said that there could be situations that are messy. Isis is so healthy, you guys. Oh my gosh. This animal, Larry's always so proud of the muscle tone in our animals. Because they get so much exercise, they always have beautiful muscle tone. So any surgery that she has to have, I know it will be successful. It will be a best case scenario. And they said that she would be able to give birth. It's probable that with a full successful surgery, that's the typical way it goes, that she would be able to still have babies in the future. But I'm not doing this again. This is not what I like. I love my ambassadors. I love sharing my animals. I love sharing how I'm able to find different things that make them so happy and spread the word so that others can be happy. That's what I love. This is
Like my friend Betty, she's probably not even watching this. She is so empathetic to Isis, it's unbelievable. And she keeps saying, I hope she never has to go through this again. And I just feel the same way. I myself did it one time, childbirth, and I love my beautiful daughter. She's 31 years old, and she is my masterpiece. Oh my God, she's the most amazing creature. But that was all I needed was one time, because it is very stressful. For me, it was for me. And even though Isis doesn't seem stressed at all, we're just going to have to wait and see how it all goes down. It's not a good time to ask me. That would be like asking me what I want from the grocery store when I just gorged myself with delicious food and dessert. Yes, I agree. It looks like the baby bump has moved down. It definitely looks like, you know, things are happening here. And I know we say that every time, but everybody who knows boas knows that, especially these emerald boas, they don't do anything fast. They are, when we work with them in the jungle, they are exactly like sloths. You can see like a lot of pictures of, you know how slowly a sloth moves. They move as slowly as a sloth. And then you can see a lot of pictures and videos with sloths like looking at people and putting their hands out toward them. The emeralds are kind of the same way. They're more likely to be curious and come toward you in the wild than to try to get away from you. They're extremely curious. So they have a lot of the same characteristics as sloths, and if you can find emeralds in an area, you will also find sloths. So far as I've seen. No, humans do not give animals enough credit for things, for sure. Especially reptiles. Shoot. I'm so glad, you know, like with this social media stuff, you know, like my little Jaja, that little iguana I have, I do so many things with her I would have never even thought to try, because I see other people's iguanas doing that stuff. And so far, every single thing I've tried with Jaja, she does it. She loves to get scrubbed in the shower like a dog, like pushes against it. It's so cute. I put a video on Facebook. And she loves to go for car rides. She's so proud, and she looks at everything. She stands up on her back legs to take treats. I don't know, whatever it is, she does it. She's so cute, so full of personality, and I wouldn't have known. And I love that I get to share all of the stuff that I'm finding that my animals get pleasure from, so that even more people can find, you know, learn about their own animals, or even, shoot, there are probably so many people, even right here on this feed, or who've been checking in and out with Isis, who never imagined in a million billion years that they might possibly think that they could own a snake. And I bet there are some people out there now who are intrigued, at least with the idea. I know it. It has to be true. So that's what I'm so grateful for. Spreading the love. Why did I separate Isis and Azzy? Well, I was talking about Azzy's demeanor changing, his eating changed. Definitely gave all the appearances of being depressed. And I'm sitting all the way down on the floor, and that phone's about 3 feet from me, so I'm trying to talk loud enough. Tell me if I'm not. So we took Azzy out because him and Isis had been mating nonstop. And we thought Azzy was a girl when we adopted him. And then he started sticking out his hemipenes. And so we found out he was a boy, so we tried him out with Isis since he was already wiggling his hemipenes around so much. And then after 6 months of them mating, and we didn't see any signs in Isis, and then Cassius Clay, who was just coming into his 3rd year, started wiggling his hemipenes around like crazy. He always had, like when he pooped, he would stick them out, but he started sticking them out just when he would get water on them. So we put him in with her, and he's the one who got her pregnant. So we actually took Azzy out to put Cassius Clay in there with her. And then we took Cash out when she was, as soon as we knew for sure she was in ovulation. And we took him out because that's just what people do. We don't know if these animals stay together in the wild, but really we kind of do know. Even though we don't have like a research study on it, I personally know enough people who have been finding these animals in the wild for decades. And it's very rare, not very rare, it happens, especially during mating season, that you would find 2 emeralds in the same tree. But if these animals were staying together for any length of time during a gestation period, then I believe that my friends over their decades of finding these animals in the wild would have found a lot more animals together. So that's the only data we have to go on, as far as I know, for wild ones. So that's why we removed Cassius Clay. And Cassius Clay is in that little video that I posted the link for up in the comments to show you what Isis's travel enclosure will look like. Cassius Clay is in that video. And in that video, he's just a little baby. He's not red, but he's still young. Oh yeah, that whole tail area is constricting. She keeps wrapping the tail and moving the body. There's definitely something going on, no doubt at all, that something is going on. You guys think I should lower the phone and get a better upward angle? It looks like I don't know if she's actually pushing at this time, because if she's pushing, I think we would see the very tip of her tail wrapped hard. But no doubt she's moving things. She's definitely doing some work. Okay, you guys think the camera's good right there, okay. Oh yeah, I bet those sloth claws are dangerous. And no doubt these emeralds can move fast too. I mean, they can move like lightning. And not just to eat, but to get away. Like for example, my animals will come out of their enclosures very easily, but if they're on the ceiling vines or in the rain chamber and you try to take them out, they will either hold on really, really tight or start slithering away. The different animals do different things. Cassius Clay and Bella are slitherers. They don't hold on really tight to stuff. They release their bodies and move quickly. All the rest of my emeralds are wrappers. If they don't want to move, they will wrap themselves tight. And we find them like that in the wild as well. With those 2 different defense characteristics, as well as we find those 2 characteristics for defense to be different among the Amazon tree boas. Some of them will completely release their body to, oh, something's coming out, you guys. Shit, can you see that? Oh my god, I'm not moving anything. Fucking something's coming out. I'm so sorry I said that. Oh my god. Oh god, it's big. It's a big white sack. Oh my god. Did you guys get a glimpse? I can still see it from the side a little bit. Oh, her face is the other direction. So I am going to go ahead and lower this phone, you guys, so you can have my angle that I have here. Oh my god. I'm not moving the phone because I don't want to blur your view. Do you see that? Do you guys see that? Oh my god. What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. There's a fucking thing. What is, it's a moving. It's moving. Oh god. Is it? It wrapped around the vine. Oh God! Oh God! Thank you, God! Thank you, thank you, thank you! Oh my God! Oh my God! Is that his umbilical cord? Oh God! Oh God! Praise God! Oh my God! Oh. When I say praise God, I mean all the love and energy in this universe. So, is it okay? He wrapped around the vine. Look at his little body. Oh my God, you guys, I can see his head and you can't. Oh my God. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. I'm so sorry, whoever's out there that I'm supposed to call right now or say something to you. That's why the live feed is here. Oh, that baby. I bet he's loving that rain shower. I wish I had more vines in there. I put so much vines in her enclosures for a nursery so they would have everything to wrap around. He's so skinny. Is that how skinny they normally are? Oh my God, but he's strong enough to stay wrapped like that. Okay, well there's one. Where's another one? We may have just saved $10,000. I know, that was like the least of it. We didn't even think about that. We would make payments. I don't even care about that. I don't even know why I said it. Take it back, please. Delete. Oh. Keep them coming, Isis. Everybody said there weren't any babies in there alive. Isis, and there it is. I told you guys. You never know. And they say you will never find that emerald. You will never find that emerald in the wild. And I found it. Because everything is possible. We did this, you guys. Our love and our hope went out there like a prayer. And our love and our energy. Oh my gosh, the baby's doing something. Oh, he's opening his mouth. Oh my God, you guys. Oh, he's trying to pull himself up. He had his mouth wide open. Oh, there he comes. He looks good and healthy, doesn't he? Here comes another one, y'all. Here comes another baby. Oh my God. I can't believe I don't have all of her nursery vines in there. Oh. I'm gonna try something.
why you need a snake hook. If I had my hook, but I can't find one anywhere. I don't want her to smash that baby. Where'd he go? Oh, he dropped on the ground. I'm gonna pick him up. Here comes another one. Actually, he may be fine. He's just sitting down there. What I do need though is another camera. I'm missing stuff because. Okay, what about this one? Oh, that one just fell down. But that's okay, you guys. That's okay. The new one does not appear to be moving. I'm really surprised at how small they are. Here, lover, this one's not moving. Can you take them in your hands and see if there's anything you could do? Comes another one. I can't believe how small they are. all that work for those nursery vines, and you can't let another one fall like that. Can you reach that other one in there? He's back there. Yeah. Can you reach him? Here. This isn't grass paint. Try not to touch any of that. Like, try not to touch any of that. Here, I'll give you one there. I'm going to take this little baby and go put him in the enclosure. Something doesn't look right. I don't know if that's an umbilical cord. Is that an umbilical cord? Someplace in the camera. Is that what someone said? I touched it. Okay, I put a towel down there. A towel all folded up. Here comes another one. It's not moving. No movement. So we had the very first one born alive, but not super lively, like I imagined them, like I've seen them born. And then we've had 3 born with no movement. They're much smaller than I thought they would be. I am going to say that we allowed Isis to choose her own temperature through her entire pregnancy. She rarely chose to be warm. She mostly chose to be in cool areas. And so we thought that she's the mother and she can make the choices. Well, it clearly looks like these babies did not fully develop. They should be bigger. So I think that we should have forced Isis to stay in the recommended temperatures that we were told to keep her in. Her temperature never dropped below the recommended temperature, but often she was not in the high zone of the recommended temperature. She was anywhere from 0 difference to 7 degrees difference all the time. She completely chose her own temperatures. So if I could go back and do it again, I would make sure that she had the full warm temperatures. I am going to say that I think this is happening because she didn't stay warm enough for those babies to grow. I really don't know. But we are definitely going to be asking those questions. The baby that was moving did not seem very strong. I put him in a nice warm plant. We left him on the plant or the plant. He was killed up on the plant. That's how he was when I put him in. Yeah, can you do something that you want? Whenever that has to be. Yes, of course. Of course I'm very sad that the babies are not coming out fully developed and healthy. But at this point, I was already accepting the fact that Isis was going to have a surgery and all of those things. So at this point, I'm just grateful to have my girl get this over with and get back to normal life. Maybe tonight she'll even eat Hansel. I think that was like a really underdeveloped baby. I don't know if it was like just part of the sac or what. But those babies are definitely not mature. I thought they would be huge and fat and way more developed than they should be. We were joking that they already went through their color change, but they clearly did not grow properly. And it's okay. It's okay. because all that matters right now is that Isis is still strong and healthy and she's getting this over with. And plus, you never know what could still come out, but I think with seeing that many of them completely underdeveloped, but I don't know. There's still plenty in there though, that's for sure. I do not believe this would have happened without the rain chamber. We're still celebrating, you guys. We're celebrating Isis's health. And any possible matured babies that might come out. If you're just joining, we have had, how many did we have so far? 4. We had one baby that came out alive, the very first one. He came out and had his tail curled around the vine before he started. But he did not seem strong and squiggly like I've seen them come out looking real healthy. So then we had 3 more come out with no movement whatsoever. And there is still no movement. So now we're waiting to see how the rest of this is going to go. For those of you who don't know, Isis was scheduled to drive to Des Moines, Iowa today to have surgery on Tuesday. And we had a lot of movement, not a lot of movement last night, but enough movement to lead us to so we had enough movement last night to believe things were happening. My phone says reconnecting, so I don't know if my talking is going fluidly or if it keeps cutting out. It's doing good? Okay, okay. So, she was scheduled to leave for Iowa and have surgery on Tuesday. If this continues going like it is right now, that's completely canceled. So this morning we decided to put her into the rain chamber to give her one last good rain before she left for a surgery and didn't get to have rain for a long time. And then we also thought the rain could highly probably stimulate birthing because it always stimulates poop. And lo and behold, here we are. We had one baby born alive, but weak and not big and strong and squiggly, but alive, wrapping his tail around the vine before he was completely out. And then we had 3 that came out with no movement at all. The babies are underdeveloped, which we for now think that was likely due to her not staying in warm temperatures. If I could do it again, I would definitely force her to stay into warm temperatures. And of course, at this point, the word regret just means that you would do something differently. And I don't use the phrase no regrets. Because to regret just means that you would change something if you could. And I would absolutely change the fact that I did not force her to stay into the correct temperatures. She's been very active through her pregnancy. She has not eaten at all, but she moves around a lot. She would spend some time in her basking spot, but not a lot. We would have to trick her into her basking spot by turning the heat down so that she would even go over there. And then when she's sound asleep during the day, we would turn it up So that, we didn't start doing that until, I don't know, like maybe 2 weeks ago, not long ago. Should have been doing it way sooner. There's something else coming out right now. There's a towel folded up into 4s down right below her, so. But you can see when they come out if there's movement. And the things that are coming out are called slugs. And that means that they were potential babies that developed even less than the ones that already came out. Oh, there's something bigger coming out now. So that thing right beforehand was just a sac. And I really don't know if these babies are underdeveloped. I don't know how big little newborns are, so I don't even know. This one's alive, I think. This one is not alive. Nope. Okay. I'm just going to leave him in there. He's very clearly not alive. And it's okay, you guys. I'm more thankful and thrilled that Isis is getting this over with and it's going to be done. And she's healthy and strong. I'm more grateful and thrilled about that than I am devastated about the baby's condition. So I have plenty to be grateful for, and I'm going to focus on that. I'm gonna oh, that one's alive. That one's alive. Yeah. I think I'm just gonna let him stay in there. Because if they were born, oh look at, he's got more strength than the first one. Oh, you guys can't even see him. Where is he? They can't see him. He's moving along the, I just need to, oh yeah, if you wanted to be filming anything, that would be extra video, but I think this is very good video. Okay, you guys can see him, right? He's, oh no, you can't see him. You can't even see him at all. Okay, I need to watch this slime up here. Well, where the heck is he on the phone? Oh, there's another one. I gotta go up and down. Well, I can't because another one's about to come out. I'm sorry, you guys. I'll just leave it like this. The baby just dropped down to the towel. And he's perfectly fine down there. I'm gonna go put him in the nursery. Oh my God, we got a baby? Are you gonna live, little baby? So far we've had 4 not moving and 2 moving. The first one that was moving seemed very weak. The second one had more strength, but still didn't feel, you know, like some of the videos I've watched of these births, the babies are very strong and active. I have not seen, we're not getting that. But it looks like she's going to get them all out. I keep thinking those are slugs, but then something bigger always comes afterwards, so I don't know if that's a very, very underdeveloped baby or just a sac. So if another baby comes out right away, then that was just a sac. Can you please reach out to Steve and ask him any advice about those babies and their condition and tell him what we have going so far and see what he thinks we should do with those babies? And I appreciate any advice that you guys give us, but we are, you know, we do have the person to talk to who can give us all of the information we need. We have 2 such people. So all of the advice will definitely be looked at. Because there may be something you have to say that, I don't know. I'm not doing anything anymore unless I'm told to by my people, because look what I've done now. Well, I mean, I don't know for sure that letting her choose her temperatures caused this, but that is something that can be caused from low temperatures, I think. At least it makes sense in my head. I'm a math person. I'm just putting 2 and 2 together. The good thing is that Isis All Isis knows is this is over with. When this is over, it's over. And she can go back to being herself. She does not have any grief over the babies. That burden is on us. And we're okay with it because it's just the way nature goes sometimes. And we have Isis. Big, healthy, beautiful girl. You know, through all of this, me, and because of me sharing it with you guys, we were the only ones stressed. Isis never showed any signs of being in pain or stressed out. I would be curious to know if this is the real size of these babies. Larry's reaching out right now to find out any information about what we have going on here. Because I really don't know how tiny these babies are. I mean, what I'm saying is I don't know if their size. I'm going to read comments. I just saw out of my peripheral that this message thing was moving. Oh, I can't read. Wow, look how balled up it is. It just seems like they would be bigger. Oh, Isis, you're getting all of that out of you, sweet girl. I'm so, so glad. That one's like really balled up, like she's really pushing hard. I want to reach up there and pull it out. There it comes. Something's happening. Come on, girl. No movement. I wasn't counting. Where are we? There are... I can't tell if there are 3 down there on that towel. Have there been 8 so far? Well, I'm definitely going to be offering her meal tonight, and I guess I would have to take some kind of vote what your guys' opinion is. I don't know. She has a treat that that I've been offering her for the last months, and it's live. And to be able to eat a live meal is a real treat for these guys. And once in a while I let my animals do it.
because you can clearly see a huge smile on their face when they get to actually hunt. They really enjoy it. So I had planned to offer her a live meal after she finished this. But we can try to offer her a frozen defrosted small, which is smaller than what she normally eats, a small rat. And then that way it's already defrosted and we heat it up in the oven, so it's no different than each one of us cooking dead chicken, cow, or pig out of our freezer. So I don't really feel like that needs like a big caution, like, you know, this animal's eating a rat. Well, it's already dead and it was farmed and frozen just like all of our meat. But if I were to put Hansel in there live, I definitely could not keep that on the video. I could keep the video all the way like out of Hansel's range. So we could try the frozen, and if she doesn't want it, then I can put Hansel in with her. And just not have him showing on the video. Because I know people do not want to watch that. I mean, some people do, but a lot of people don't. Oh, wow. That was just a thick, sluggy thing, like huge thick. Like three of those little babies that came out all together. That's how heavy that was. But no development that I can see there at all. You know, of course, I never imagined this happening. I never imagined this beautiful, strong, huge, fat girl not having a big, juicy litter of red, healthy, squirmy babies. This was never in my imagination. But I'll tell you, at this point, I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful for her just to be getting this over with. After she's all finished here, I'll remove the towel from the bottom of her enclosure, or the bottom of the rain chamber, and I'm just going to let her sit in here for as long as she wants to. And then we'll Lover, if you can hear me, when you get a chance, can you take out a small rat? We're going to try to feed her frozen, defrosted, heated first. Thank you. And I don't mind, again, to see if she wants to eat tonight. And I don't mind showing you guys her eating a frozen, defrosted, heated up rat. Because that is exactly the same as any one of us taking pig, cow, or chicken out of our freezer and defrosting it and heating it up and eating it. But I will not, if she doesn't want the frozen, then I will offer her her live meal that's been waiting for her for over 5 months. And in that case, I will leave the meal at the bottom of the enclosure in a container, and nobody will see it. Nobody will see him. His name is Hansel, He's called a fancy dwarf hamster. He was very expensive, but he was the little animal at the pet store who had the hottest body temperature. And these animals like to eat hot things. So that Hansel was meant to be her treat after this was over. So we'll offer her the tolerable food for you guys to watch first. And if she doesn't want that, then I will offer her Hansel. But that will not be on video, so you can still watch her. I'll just have him just right out of view. So I can't guarantee that once she gets him, that you won't see her eat him. Hansel, for the last 5 months, has lived a life of luxury. He's called a fancy dwarf hamster, and he has lived a fancy life with the best food, the best treats, a 2-story little house with all of toys that he loves. Alexa, pump off. So he's been very happy, and those little animals have a lifespan of up to 2 years. And he was full grown when we got him, so, you know, these animals take care of business very quickly, so the one thing they do quickly is eat. Now, I'm not even going to say that. Never mind. Now everybody's going to want to know what I was going to say, and I don't want to say it. Yes, we have all learned so much. I just picked up the iPad, so I'm just seeing whatever's like right on the screen. Yes, Feathered Dream, it definitely could be that because this is her very first litter, the incubation went awry. But I mean, I do believe that there are probably things that I could have done differently. But then again, maybe not. We don't know. But the one thing we do know is that this was a problem early on. Because it looks like these babies stopped developing quite a while ago. Which is, you know, probably why she didn't have any movement. So because we see the condition of the babies, you know, this is all just coming to my head as I'm talking. Because we see the condition of the babies, we know that they were not developed at any of this late stage. This long, drawn-out pregnancy did not kill the babies, I don't think, because these babies look all extra, extra small. And there's a lot of material that's like completely undeveloped. Did you want to say something? March 5th was the post-ovulation shed, March 5th. So, what was I saying? We're at 194, yes. Oh, okay, so yes, that the babies were underdeveloped, way before this last 2 months, I believe. You know, somebody who knows is gonna have to give me more. I'm just speculating. And I'm gonna say that my massages and these rain chambers are the reason why Isis did not have to go to Iowa for surgery. No, just leave them in there till she's done. We'll just get one if it's alive. Very good, thank you. Oh, did you need what's in there for that purpose? Oh. Okay, well, she's still releasing stuff. Yeah, we'll just wait. So Larry's got the babies, and he's collaborating right now with Steve Volk. So Steve's seen it all. And then I'll be able to also talk to Igor, who's also seen it all. So I'm going to have very good feedback. Man, I was still saying something. What was it about? Oh, about my massaging her. That I believe that massaging, knowing now what we know about what was inside of her, all of that rubbing that she was letting me do, you guys, that freaking saved her. I know it did. I know it saved her from all that stuff just sitting in there and not coming out and her having to go get surgery. I know for sure. The massages and the rain showers that we've been doing the past 5 days saved Isis from not having to go get surgery. I definitely believe that. So, when your heart tells you that's what you have to do, you have to do it. And my heart, but then again, my heart told me to let her just pick her own temperatures and do what she wanted during her pregnancy. So, like we said, we have no idea if that choice caused this or not. The temperatures were not that drastically different. They never went below the recommended temperature, but she often did not spend time in the high recommended temperatures, but had access to them, full access to those temperatures and higher. So there's all kinds of different reasons for this. Isis was not handled during her pregnancy until 5 days ago when I started massaging her. So she never got taken out for handling. She visited the rain chamber 3 times during those months. But then again, we don't know. We're just going by things that we think could be it. What if what Tara says is right? What if that I quit giving Isis her massages that she had before she was pregnant? I quit putting her in the rain chamber every 3 to 5 weeks. I quit doing all kinds of things she normally gets. And she very well could have gotten depressed. We don't know. You guys see how lovey she is. She's such a lovey creature. There aren't many left. That huge bump that was there for so long is really dwindling down. And who knows, maybe higher up in that belly there are some living babies that come out 8 or 9 inches long, squirming like crazy. We don't know. It doesn't seem likely, but anything is possible, you guys. So I think Larry has 3, and I have no idea how many have come out. Who's counting? Is anybody counting? I mean, we had a huge thing come out that was no baby at all. It was just all mush. Oh my God, you guys. If that would have stayed up in Isis and like rotted inside her and caused sepsis, I don't know if I'm saying that right, then we could have lost her. I mean, of course, she would have went for the surgery. They would have cut her open and got all this out, sewed her back up, and hoped for the best, which I believe the best would have come of it because how strong and healthy she is. But I'm going to say it again. Knowing now what we had inside of her, I feel like those massages are what made this happen. And she knew it too. That's why she was letting me massage her every day like that. For the last, 5 days we did it? Morning and night. A session first thing in the morning and then a session at sunset. And she loved those massages. For those of you who missed the massages, she offers me her body to rub. I rubbed it for 90 minutes on a live feed twice, 40 minutes a couple times, and once 3 full hours. I was sore the next day like I'd been doing handstand push-ups, literally. Because I rubbed her for 3 hours because I didn't want to stop because she didn't want me to stop. Every time my arms would get tired and I wasn't like doing my fingers the way she likes me to wiggle my fingers on her belly, every time I stopped doing that, she would bear down on my fingers to get more. So she knew those massages were helpful. Yes, Tara, you're right when you say brave, because this is extremely vulnerable. I have to admit that's something, very possibly something that I did. I'm going to say highly likely, my temperature situation, that I could have improved. Would definitely 100% go back and do that differently. But the vulnerability and the bravery of posting this is not a failure. So I'm not even going to call it a failure. That was the first word that came to my mind. Posting this saga, yes, there are disappointing elements to this situation, absolutely, but my girl is strong and healthy and alive, and she got all this out naturally and didn't have to get sliced open and travel a long way and spend a month at somebody else's house. She didn't have to do all that. So all of the vulnerability and the swallowing my pride and bravery to share this with all you guys is nothing. It's a little tiny fraction of a piece of sand on the ground compared to the gratitude that I have for all the love and support you guys have given us through this. We have been astonished every single day at you guys, the community that this has brought together. I mean, from my former students to Larry's mom's cousin's hairdresser to my neighbors who don't even want to talk about my snakes or think about I have snakes in this house, coming out to the mailbox and asking if we're grandparents yet. So ISIS has changed so many people's perspective on snakes. And that's my number one goal with making all these videos. You know, it takes so much time to make those videos. And when people come over as my guests for ambassador sessions and they work with the animals, it would be so much easier to just, let the people work with the animals, but we work really hard to try to get good footage so that I can make videos so that people can see that these animals are pets. They can be interactive, affectionate, trained pets. And by trained, I just mean we're trained to read their body language and their needs and what they like. And so the work that I do to put those videos together is all for the purpose of showing that these animals deserve more credit and respect and love than they get. And so Isis has, all we've been doing is putting this camera on Isis and talking about her, and she has brought all of you guys here together. The most unlikely people. Some. Of course, some of us here are, we're already infatuated and watch reptiles every chance we get, when even though they do nothing. And another great thing that came out of this are the great ideas that I have to share more with you guys. I have so much footage of things, and I just sit at my computer and I try to put videos together, and it's no fun to sit at the computer and edit videos. But if I could redo all those videos, which I can because they're all things that happen in my jungle room regularly, I can just do it live. And now you don't have to wait for me to get motivated to sit for a week and edit one 20-minute video. And I'm super excited about that. It still looks like she's pushing something from up high. It's kind of hard to tell. You guys can't really see because that PVC pipe is in your way. I'm just reading the comments. Thank you guys so much. Yes, humbling is definitely the word for this. But I like this comment from Feathered Dream. Coming from someone who is owned by 2 parrots, they definitely train us. Yep, that's right. Yes, we have definitely learned a lot here together, haven't we, you guys? Yes, she knew. She knew I was helping her. She knew I was helping her to not develop sepsis. Because, guys, that stuff that came out of her could not have stayed in there. She would have absolutely 100% had surgery on Tuesday if I had not been massaging her. I feel like that is a fact. And I bet after she eats, when it's time for her to poop, I bet more stuff comes out with that poop. Oh, she's awake. Hi, sweetheart. Did you wake up? I know, she's like, don't you think I've been awake through all this? I meant moving around. Yes, that's right, Erica. It definitely could have been several things. And, you know, I'm not, like, blaming myself, like, I can't believe I did this to her. I'm just seeing it as one of the big possibilities. And we'll see if we can get Larry to talk to us and tell us what Steve said. You want to talk about something that's not probable? It's not probable, but he might do it. Since it's a medical thing, even though being in front of the camera freezes him, since he's going to be talking medical stuff, it may be possible he will do it. We'll see. But more likely he's going to tell me and I'm going to tell you. We'll see. Tell him. Tell him, come on, Noodle Pops, get on that video. Poor Larry, he's going to kill me. I see, like, way up here, someone said done or resting, feather dream. I don't know. It does look like there's another lump that could come out. So I'm not sure if she's done. I'm going to say no, because up high, you guys can't see it, like behind that PVC pipe up high, she's got some pushing going on. Oh, I moved it just in time, didn't I? To see that face. Just so you know, she was born with it. I mean, she may be finished. Oh my God, you guys. All that stuff that came out of her. I mean, did you guys see that? It was like a whole fistful of gunk. Even though she stayed extremely hydrated through her pregnancy, because I always spray her regularly, and she is very good at drinking out of her water bowls as well, she still was not getting as much hydration as she was used to, which I'm sure didn't hurt her at all. Not having as much rain as she was used to having. But, like Tara said, taking away the things that she loved and enjoyed could have also caused her some grief. So we don't know. Those of you who are just joining us, Isis has released 6 stillborn babies, 2 live but not very strong babies, and a whole bunch of gunk. Isis was scheduled to have surgery. We were going to drive her 8 hours to Iowa for her to have surgery on Tuesday. But now she will no longer have to go have that surgery. I believe that the release of all of this stuff is all she needed. Everything was underdeveloped. I believe that it's probable that not forcing her to stay in her hot spots could have caused the babies to not fully develop. It's also possible that because it's her very first litter, she didn't develop properly. There are all sorts of scenarios. I'm only going with the theory of her not spending as much time in her warm temperatures as she could have. I think that could have helped this. I do not know. But if I were to ever do this again, which at this moment, no way, never. I don't ever want to go through this again. But I know things change after time. I would definitely do it different. I would definitely force, and never Isis. Isis will never breed again. I can't do this to her again. This is too traumatizing for me. She never seemed to be in any distress. So we had 6 stillborn, 2 alive but weak, and a whole bunch of gunk, like a lot of gunk. So we believe that the babies quit developing at some point that was less than 3 months ago. Because 130 days would have been an acceptable time for her to give birth. Somewhere between 145 and 150 is most common from what I read and people tell me. And they can go up to 180 days, and Isis is at day 194. So those babies clearly quit developing long before the start of the due date, in my opinion. Larry's finding out for sure. I've never done this before. So, I'm reading some messages now. Thank you, Jessie K. I love being considered an ambassador for these animals. People can see that these animals are people too. At least in our house they are. Yes, Feather Dream answered that question that Saran asked if the babies appear viable. The two that were alive were not strong. The second one was stronger than the first one, but they appear to be extremely underdeveloped. And when I put them in the nursery on their little tiny pothos plants, they didn't wrap around the plants. But right now they're very warm and with little tiny vines that they can wrap around. We'll see how it goes with those two babies. The rest of them, the other 6 babies in snake form that have come out, are stillborn. And as far as slugs, a slug in the snake world, people call it, is a baby that doesn't even develop enough into the form of a snake. It's more like a soft egg. And I don't know about those, but there was some other stuff. I'll be curious to find out what it is. I'm thinking I might get that stuff out for Larry right now because she seems to be taking a little break. Even though I think there's still a thick spot that looks like stuff could come out. Lover, if you can hear me, I'm getting your stuff out of here. there were actually 2 of those last ones that I just got out from down there that were bigger than the 2 that came out alive. I'll tell you my theory on that. I gotta go wash my hands. Alright, so when we did the ultrasound the other day, we were so excited we saw babies moving around. Well, when I told that to, I can't remember if I was talking to Tom or the vet, they said that the babies should not be moving around that much, that if they truly were moving around as much as we thought they were, then that means that they broke out of the sac and they are going to not make it because they need to stay in that sac. And those 2 babies, there are 2 of them down there that came out at the very end that look pretty good. So I'm wondering if those are the ones we may have seen moving around and they couldn't get out because all that sluggish stuff that was in there. Who knows? One thing we know for sure is that ISIS is either completely finished or almost finished with this whole thing. She's almost finished. If she's not, she might be. She has that stuff hanging out of her right there. I want to reach in and pull it out.
Alright, so I just went in the other room to look at Larry, and he's Alexa, pump on. And he's in there doing things to the live babies to see if there's a chance he can help them. And you know, of course, he has full instructions from just the right person. So he's not making anything up. And Larry's also a microsurgeon, so. Antibiotic ointment like Neosporin, yes. Okay, so for those of you who are still here, Larry said the very first one that came out that was alive and very, very weak did not make it. The second one that came out alive, he's working with someone else remotely to see what they can do to save the little thing. It's not likely. And there is other news about the size of these little babies and different things that I'm going to have Larry get on camera and talk about. But he said he needs a little bit of time to process. He's in there moaning about that I just said that. I heard him. But it's only fair. He can get on and tell us about that. We'll see if he does. If he doesn't, then I'll get a better grasp of everything he's saying and I'll come on and tell you guys. So for now, I am just going to let Isis sit in there and do nothing. So I will make an announcement before we're going to talk about it. I'll give you guys a good, like I'll say we're going to do it in 30 minutes or, whatever. And I can announce it in the comments as well as come here and announce it verbally. So if you are listening to this rain in the background and my voice just pops up, that means I'm giving a time that we're going to talk about all that we know. One thing is that Steve Volk said it baffles him that he also feels that the temperature could be a likely culprit for this. But he also had a lot of other stuff to say. Larry was trying to tell it to me real quick.
because he was probably hoping that I would grasp it all and repeat it and he wouldn't have to do anything in front of the camera. So I don't really understand. He just said too much stuff. But I understood what I just said about the size of the babies. Some of the babies looked like the right size, but then there were other things with the sacks and stuff. So let's see what Steve has to say. We'll talk to him a little bit more. I'll talk to Larry, and either I will come back and tell you guys in person with my face and everything in the camera, or if we're really lucky, I can convince Larry to come and tell us about it. All right, you guys, I am going to just let her sit here and rest. I'm not going to bother her at all and go see what kind of things I can learn. So you guys all try to do something productive. Thank you so much, you guys, for being here. And I hear you guys thanking me for letting you be here. You know, I probably would have spent a lot more time crying and scared and all of those negative feelings if I didn't have my support and all the love from you guys here. Thank you so much. We didn't get the outcome that we so desired with fresh, fat, juicy, squirmy babies everywhere, but we did get a healthy, beautiful mama who got that all out of her without having to go to Iowa to have surgery and stay there and recover. Well, we left her there. We didn't have to do that. So I'm extremely grateful. Thank you guys all. And I'll be back to tell you once we get everything figured out and we can both, you know, talk to Steve and see what we have to say about it. We will come back and share all of that with you guys. And I'll give plenty of advanced warning before we do it. I love you guys. Thank you so very much. And I'll be reading through the comments and making some replies in a little while. I love you guys. Thank you so very much. Thank you.
standing around the corner watching her on my phone. We did think there was still something inside of her, one more thing. We saw one more bump, so this is it. So those of you who just logged in for the update, I'll go ahead and start talking now. Isis is a 7-year-old Basin Emerald tree boa. She's our sweet, precious baby. We love her with all of our heart. And she had her post-ovulation shed on March 5th. A post-ovulation shed marks the first day of a pregnancy, which put her at a 193-day pregnancy, which the normal pregnancy for these animals, oh, it looks like she has more than one thing in there, doesn't it? I'm just gonna wait. Well, I'll just tell you guys right now, quickly before I talk about everything. Isis has had 7 not alive babies, and 1 baby that is still alive, but in intensive care. And I'm going to show you guys all of that too, as soon as this final event takes place. If you don't have time to watch right now, you can come back and rewind it. And if you want to rewind and watch the very beginning of this event, it starts on this video at 160. Oh, I wish that towel was still under her just in case. She had a wonderful place to have babies where they wouldn't fall on the ground, but we ended up in an emergency situation. So she's in here, and the babies can drop to the ground. I had a towel under her when we were actively having babies come out. But I have been able to put my hand in there and get the babies before they drop down, which is what I will be doing again. Oh my God, you guys. I am so sorry. I was looking back at that 160 point, trying to find it, and my phone was frozen there. And the whole time I'm standing around the corner thinking that she's getting something else out, and it was the earlier video, because that's what was on my phone. Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. Wow. Okay. So if you're still there, not thinking I'm completely insane, that was all. If you go back to 160, you'll see the whole thing. I'm going to give you guys a full briefing right now. Isis has been pregnant, like I said, for 193 days. The average pregnancy ranges from 130 to 180 days, so she was way past due. It was recommended that she goes to the veterinarian, so we had a full schedule for Tuesday night for her to have surgery in Des Moines, Iowa. We're coming from Hot Springs, Arkansas, so we were going to drive her the 8 hours to have her surgery on Tuesday night. We ended up, the last 5 days I've been massaging her and putting her in the rain chamber and really trying to be proactive with getting her to move and do things because she was so far past due. There were many events that occurred in between there that I've updated on Facebook and are also on the write-up for this video, so you can just read those. So we were leaving this afternoon to take her to Des Moines, get a hotel, stay there for 2 nights, be ready for her surgery on Tuesday. Well, last night we had a lot of movement, a lot of excitement. We thought something was happening. So this morning I decided to put her in the rain chamber
for the entire time before we left this afternoon, just in case the rain chamber would stimulate, contractions, because the rain chamber always stimulates them to poop, so I thought the rain chamber could stimulate the birth, which, it's just common knowledge that it could, I think. So we put her in here, and shortly after, the video's at 160, so what does that mean? As far as time goes on these videos, I'm not really sure. But she started having those babies. She had the very first one alive. It was strong enough to wrap its tail around the vine, but then lost its strength and died. And then she had, I don't know, maybe a couple more that came out not alive at all. And then she had one that came out alive, which is still alive, which Larry followed instructions from our mentor on how to deal with that baby. Now, Larry and our mentor had, and I'm just not saying his name because I didn't ask him. I just feel better that way. And, he can make a comment or something if he's watching this, who he is. So, and I'm sure a lot of you already know. So anyway, there's a whole message exchange that I'm going to read you guys. I have not read it yet, of what Larry was asking questions while the babies were being born, and we're going to see everything that was said. And then I can show you guys the little nursery where the baby is right now. Okay, so I'm going to read you guys these messages. I have not read them yet myself. First, I'm going to check and see for comments what you guys are saying. I'm sure you were saying a lot when I was standing over around the corner thinking she was doing something, and oh my gosh, how embarrassing. Okay, so there weren't a lot of comments on that. That's funny. Alright, so here comes the text exchange. It's long, and I'm going to read it a little quickly, not super quickly. Oh, wow. Well, there are pictures, too. Okay, here's today. So Larry's first message is, good morning. Isis is delivering. So far, there are 4 stillborn, 1 small but moving, and 1 seems moving okay. Can I get advice on the immediate needs of these 2 that are alive? And here are some pictures to see if you can tell me if this is full size for newborn. Update. The 2 that were alive seem to have suffocated, laboring to breathe. Larry sent pictures. And then we get back. Yes, these seem full size. Looks like the one on the right has an external yolk sac. Am I seeing that right? When was her post-ovulation shed? March 5th. She's at 194 days. You need to push that back in and suture or staple it. 194 days, that is unreal. And then Larry says it died. And then he says, and they still seem early. How is the other one doing? Be sure to put her in the rain chamber to try to get everything out. So Steve clearly didn't know that she had been in the rain chamber all this time. So we're just going to leave her in there. Oh, and then Larry says, that's where Isis had been this morning. Gave birth in the rain chamber. Okay. And then look early. Oh, and they look early to you? Larry asks. Yes, with the external yolk sacs. I thought your lower temps would impact things, but a few days or weeks, but this is really late. And yet the babies don't look quite ready. Kind of kinked up too. Yes, the kinks are hard, like they were kept in that position for a long time. But it is great news that you won't need surgery. Just make sure everything gets out. Lots of rain chamber time. Anything left in will create problems down the line. Sometimes it takes a year or so. It will get walled off, but finally prevail and cause a problem. Thanks, Steve. I'm trying to get that yolk sac back in. Still a glimmer of life in her. I got half in, then she pushes it back. You'll need to suture or staple it and start antibiotics. Cover the suture with triple antibiotic. It is a long shot. That sac needs to go all the way back inside? Yes. Send me an image. Alternatively, you can tie it off with dental floss. So leave it to the fact that the dentist is going to use dental floss to try to save the baby snake. He just pushed it all the way out. Okay. Carefully tie off the umbilical cord with dental floss about 1 inch from his body, and then cut the cord. If you don't tie it off and cut it, he may yank it out and bleed out. Is the one still alive? Yes. Got him tied off, snipped, antibiotic, and taped. It stopped the bleeding. Good deal. I'm wondering on your temperatures. Are you sampling under your heat panel or capturing an ambient on the opposite side of your enclosure? Most keepers sample temperature for their thermostats under the heat panel, which in my opinion is way wrong. I charted temperatures from the Amazon Basin over several years to create the chart I gave you. As you know, when you walk outside, the ambient temperature is much different than the temperature you would experience standing under the sun. The heater probe is in the basking spot on the left. The sensor push monitor on our phone app is center, ambient. And right side heat panel, she could choose lower. The lower perch stays 78, checked with a laser. So she had choices of 88 ambient to 78. 78 is what the room temp is. The goal with the environments we build is to create a heat gradient so your basin can thermoregulate. Sometimes after a meal, they like to bask. Same is true when they are gravid. They mostly bask, but will go to the pool side in the last 10 days or so of their gestation. I've never seen or heard the situation you just experienced. The longest viable birth I am aware of is 185 days, and even that was not confirmed. But your babies, in addition to being deformed, look early to me. The birth was live on YouTube. Happy Basin, if anyone wants to see it. What temp is good for the survivor? Daytime, 85, nighttime low of 78. Shallow bowl of water, high humidity, but no condensation. What explains the very dark gray one? Premature or slug? Not sure. There's a lot of oddity here. Alright guys, that's what I have. And I do have pictures of the babies. So if you want to see that picture, send me a message in any form. And just, I'm going to probably be getting a lot of them. So if I only respond with a picture, please know that I love and appreciate your interest and love for this situation. You guys can message me on Messenger, Instagram, or you can text me on my phone. It's all the same. There's my phone number. And I'm not going to post the babies on anywhere, you know. So that's everything we know right now. I can show you guys where that baby is. Let me go look first because I haven't even seen him. I've just been doing so many things. You guys, that was really hilarious that I thought something was happening and I wasn't looking at her and my phone was rewound. So if you guys go back to 161, that's where you can watch everything happen. And it went relatively quickly, I thought. But you can watch it, you know, on ×2, so you don't have to watch it for a long time and you don't have to miss anything if you know how to speed up your YouTube. All right, I'm gonna go see what's going on in the other room with the baby. I'll be back lickety split. All right, you guys, I just need to find my glasses and I'm ready to take you. All right. Are you guys ready to go see the baby? I'm just going to take you with this tripod. All right. Here we go. The lights in here are blue and red. You see Bella's down lower, but Jormungandr and Ningishsida and Azimua. Oh, that's Azzy, and that was Zaltis over there. I forgot they got switched up. And Cassius Clay. So that's Azzy, and that's Zaltus. And Zaltus is Isis's brother. They're both 7 years old. And Cassius Clay is the one who caused this whole mess. I'm just kidding. It was a real learning experience. Okay. So, the baby is in here. He's actually been moving around quite a lot. We maybe should fix it where he can't move. We didn't think he would move, but he's been moving. And he just had a little surgery. So I'm gonna go ask Lay if maybe we should just put him in a flat. We didn't think he was gonna move around. He's moving. And then I do have the other babies right below me here, but I'm not going to show you guys because I promised I would not. Well, I have you guys here if you're interested. I can just show you. This is our beautiful snakescape by Ron Rendo. It's a 6-foot sculpture of the jungle with all removable perches up there. And then Basin Surf did the beautiful mural on the background. And that is actually Isis. We did actually photograph Isis, and she used Isis's face for the painting. And this art mural shows all different situations because Allison's been to the jungle with me twice. And one day I'll explain everything to you guys. So there is Isis's habitat. The big question in this scenario is about her temperatures. Isis had a nice basking spot right up here. She very rarely wanted to spend time up there. Sometimes she would go up there for a short time and get warm, but then she would come back down, and she spent most of her time in this area, which is in the upper 70s. And then up in this area is in the upper 80s. I think this one was like 74, so more mid 70s. Sometimes she likes to sleep right around in that middle. Only very rarely does she sleep there. And then the last few days, she slept over here quite a bit, which she has done before, but she really stayed over there. And she has 2 heat panels up here. Her heat probe usually sits right here under the heat panel. So that's what they were talking about in the text messages. That's not the best place for it. So we would measure, we have her heat panel coming on to measure that. The hot side, not the ambient temperature. The ambient temperature is right there in the center. You see there's no heat panel above that sensor push, it's called. And that is the app that goes to our phone. That is the data that I reported on Facebook for her temperatures. So all of the temperatures reported on the data were for ambient temperatures, not basking temperatures. And her ambient temperatures never went below the recommended temperature, but the ambient temperatures ranged from 0 to 7 degrees cooler than the recommended temperatures, but she always had access to the recommended temperatures and higher. She just rarely spent time over there. So that's Isis's place. She usually has big, huge plants. You usually can't even see all those vines because she's got trees in there. But I took the trees out on the 130th day. Or not even. Actually, I took them out on like the almost 150th day. I left the trees in there for a long time. And then I finally removed them so that we can keep a better eye on her. She doesn't care about the trees. None of these animals ever try to make an effort to sleep behind the trees. As a matter of fact, just the opposite. They're more likely to want to see what's going on. So here's our jungle vine system up there. And, you know, the animals can come out and slither all around there. All right, so I am going to put the live feed back on ISIS and kind of make some decisions about what to do with the live feed. So you guys can just watch her. She's gonna stay in the rain chamber all day today. So I'll just leave this running and then I'll just leave it running because we're gonna see if she wants to eat tonight. That'll be interesting, whoever wants to see that. And I'll just make decisions as there's nothing else to see. I'm kind of addicted to having you guys here all the time. I could live like this. All right, so I'm just gonna leave this on her and go see if we should keep that baby from being able to move around so much. I'm thinking maybe he shouldn't be able to move around so much, so I'm gonna go check on that. And I'll be reading comments, and thank you guys again so very much. Thank you. And we will chat again very soon. And I'll just leave the microphone on since I'm getting so many remarks about how relaxing the rain is. All right, you guys, thank you. Sweet girl, you did that. You're such a good girl, and you don't have to go to the doctor. Yes, you did all that. Hi. Do you feel so much better, you sweet thing? You feel so much better? Since there are still quite a few of you here, some things I was going to say. I didn't write any of this down. I was just talking. But 5 days ago, we started massaging Isis. Really good in the morning and really good in the evening when she was awake. And she just ate up those massages. She loved them so much. It was amazing, incredible. She knew that they were helping her. And without those massages, it's highly likely that we would have been taking her to Iowa. So I'm glad I went with my heart and gave her the massages instead of just leaving her alone. It's hard for a lot of people to imagine that an animal like this wants to be touched, but you guys clearly saw that this animal appreciated that very much. Didn't you, sweet girl? She's like, yes, I did. Yes, I did, Mama. God, she's so sweet. I'm so proud of her. I'm so grateful. That's another thing I wish I would have said when everybody was here was, we are celebrating Isis's good health. And we didn't get the best top outcome that we all imagined. And that's okay. We thought we were going to be driving her to Des Moines to have surgery and have to stay there. So we are positively celebrating that even though Isis had 7 not alive babies and 1 alive but very weak baby, we are still celebrating her good health because she is very strong and healthy. She may not even know she's just been through a major ordeal. I don't know how much she understands. Okay, Larry has switched the baby into a flat container. Oh, look at her. What? Oh my God, you guys. Look, do you hold this and I'll do the camera. I'm gonna get the whole thing, love. Can you hold the baby? Oh my God, he's so active. Sorry. So when Larry brought the baby up here, look at how she perked right up. You guys. Here, I got it now. Sweetheart, what is that? What is that? You guys You did that. She's like, okay, thanks for sharing. Here, love. Thanks for sharing. Wow. She really looked interested when we showed that baby. So you guys see that the baby is moving around, active. Larry did all the things he was supposed to. Did everything. He didn't suture or staple, he used tape. Which, you know, of course it will be removed with a lot of water. It will definitely have no stickiness to it when it's removed. It's just kind of like a cast. But Larry is absolutely capable of suturing the baby. Oh, sweet girl, did you see that little baby you made? You made all those beautiful little babies. And we're so proud of you. You are such a good and perfect girl. Sweet thing. If anybody missed all the stuff I said, you can just rewind. Just like the last 10 minutes, I tried to make it brief. I left out a lot of stuff I wanted to say, but I've been saying it all along. But if you want to watch the actual event of the births, of which we had 6 stillborn babies, 1 alive that didn't make it, and 1 that is still alive that we just saw. Yes, Jake, I don't know if you're still there. I'm just reading messages now since I started talking. Definitely a celebration of Isis's good health. And you guys thanking me for sharing, thank you for being here with us. Thank you so much. So much love and hugs. Thank you, Tara. Thank you, all of you, for all of the love. Silliest question award. What about if you want to see the baby? Yes, he was so sweet. I'm glad we got another close-up of him. And wasn't that interesting how Isis, when that baby came over here, she lifted her head and pointedly looked at the baby. She seemed interested, didn't she? And then all of a sudden she was like, not interested, but she definitely appeared interested. Yes, the artwork in that room is amazing. Good night, Nadia. Thank you for being here with us. Amy, the very first baby did not make it, if you're still here. But there was a second live one, as you guys just saw. Oh, and Erica replied to that. Thank you. The little survivor is still with us, Saran. We just got to have a look at him a minute ago, so if you rewind, you'll see him in the view. And yes, you guys keep your fingers crossed and your great energy out there for the baby. All right, you guys, I am going to go. Thank you, and I'll see you guys soon. Because tonight, when it's time to turn the night cameras on, I am going to attempt to feed Isis.
So we'll see how that goes. We're gonna offer her a frozen, defrosted, heated rat, a small, which normally she eats a large size medium, not a large rat, but you know, the bigger medium rats. So she's going to get a small one. And the meat that she eats is frozen. It's farmed and frozen and defrosted and heated up, just like we heat up our chicken and pig and cow and whatever else we eat. So her dinner is no different than ours, and except hers is a rat. Some of us eat rats when we're in the jungle. Paka.
Echo. Alexa. Phone line.
Alright, you guys, I'm leaving for real this time.
Alexa. Phone on. That greenery that you had.
guys, it looks like she just had a little bit more mucus come out, which is why she was supposed to stay in here for the rest of the day. Hi, sweetheart. Are you hungry? Are you a sweet, hungry girl? Hmm? Do you want to come out of there now? Do you want to go home? Sweetheart, did you do all that? Come here. Do you want to go home now? Sweetheart? I'm gonna go ahead and take her home. I think she's ready. Do you make a mess in here? Let's go home. Let's take this beautiful girl home. Whoops. It's okay, what fell is way at the bottom. You guys, she's been in this rain chamber since early this morning. Or not early, pretty early. Maybe even like 8 a.m. This vine is a little big for the rain chamber, but it's worked out great for today. Whoa. Sweetheart, are you going home now? Yes, that girl gets to go home finally. All right, I'm gonna have to put the camera down. I get an A for effort, right?
I'll just do that for now. So there she is, you guys. Larry's getting us all set up so that we can watch the baby. I figure I'm going to be watching the baby, so if you guys want to watch the baby, I'm just going to keep doing the same thing. You guys heard that there's people have heard of babies being born after 183 days of pregnancy. They've heard of a live baby being born, but never at day 193. So people may have heard of an emerald giving birth after day 183, but there's no actual documentation of it. And we made some documentation in this situation, didn't we, you guys? So Isis was in the rain chamber since about, I'm going to just guess, around 8 o'clock this morning until right now. We just took her home. And she was headed out to travel to Iowa today to have surgery. And instead of going to have surgery, she decided to get the babies out of her. Oh, look how she's scraping her face on that soaker hose. And she had a live baby who lived for about 20 minutes. And then she had 3 more babies that were stillborn. And then she had the 5th baby was alive. And then the 6th and 7th babies were underdeveloped, stuck together, and had hard bodies. So they were like all twined up together, and one of them was only half, like half of a snake. So those 2 may have been twins or something if that happens in the same egg, and they did not develop and they died and the bodies became hard. Wow, it's been a long time since we've seen her beautiful body stretched out like that, hasn't it been? I'm going to raise this up, get a nice view of that beautiful creature. And then, so the 6th and 7th were born like all twined up together. We did not realize it was 2 separate bodies until Larry took the gunky sack apart and found that there was another baby stuck in there with the other one. So that was, what did I say? We had a live one, 3, 1 live one, 3 not live, and then another live one. The 5th one was live, and then
3.5.
yeah, and then it was either the 6th and the 7th or the 7th and the 8th. 2 were stuck together. And then the very last baby, I think the last 2 babies were full, like fully developed. All of the babies were fully developed and soft and fresh feeling, like they could have easily been alive. It was just those 2 babies that were like stuck together that were hard and didn't seem right. So there are all kinds of possibilities of what could have gone wrong. And we're not going to say all of those right now. It could be everything from her choosing cooler temperatures to just a natural fluke of stuff that happens in captivity, all kinds of different things that could have occurred. And I'm sure I'm going to get a lot of stories about other similar situations and all different theories. And I'm going to do my best to read all of those, you guys, and respond to them. But please know that they are going to pour in, because that's how the snake community is. people trying to be loving and helpful and share their stories, as well as people not being lovely, but maybe still trying to be helpful. So, please don't think that I'm neglecting your love if I don't respond to things right away. Larry's currently working to set up the baby house. We're doing a full proper baby house. And then we can watch the baby. Larry, with remote help, Larry did a little tiny surgery on the baby. The surgery was simply putting the baby's sac back inside where it was supposed to be, tying the umbilical cord off with dental floss, and trimming what was left of the umbilical cord. And the baby is moving around and seems to be checking out its environment. So we'll just have to see how that goes. At this time, the baby's name is number 5, according to Larry. Alexa, pump off. We are going to turn Isis's lights off shortly. I'm just going to turn them way down. And we are going to offer her some food. I do have live food for her. It's a special treat. But I'm not going to feed her that on this channel. We are going to first try to feed her a small meal, much smaller than what she's used to. A frozen defrosted meal. It's frozen, defrosted, and heated up in the oven, just like when us people eat chickens and cows and pigs and sheep, lamb. I meant, and what?
Eggo waffle.
Eggo waffle. Just like we eat our meat. Her meat is farmed and frozen and defrosted and heated up. So I do not mind feeding her that on live. If anybody wants to see her eat. Like I said, I was going to wait until 8 p.m., but I'd kind of like to take a gauge of her interest. Because we'll probably just wait till Larry finishes what he's doing. It's really hard to say. I'm just so thrilled to see her moving around. Sorry, I'm trying to do something here. I don't know. I guess I need a smaller bowl. I'm actually trying to get Hansel's little bowl in there with Isis. If you don't know who Hansel is, he's just a little thing.
Set it in the water bowl.
I don't want anybody to be able to see it.
Can't see that water bowl good.
Well, her head is right there.
Which wire? You let me use that wire, that kind of wire?
No, I had a different wire in mind. I am going to put the microphone on mute right now, and we will get Isis some food offered here shortly.